And the carts are rolling off for our KA Senior pre-final. We have a field of 12. And let's quickly run through the starting lineup, starting on the front row with Tristan Altman. And he will be starting alongside Michael Massandre. And then Max Wright and Eric Goldstein are on row 2. Noah McFadden, Alex Pastorino on row 3. Then followed by Brendan Hennigan and Cody Lindstrom, row 4. Marshall Graham and Joe Wright are on row 5. And then Ian Quinn and Joey Sylvester are rounding out the field as they bunch up, heading through turn 11 right now, getting ready for the start of our first race of the afternoon. We have a long list of karting races getting ready to kick off here at Pitt Race. As heading out of the final hairpin, they're going to roll their way down towards turns 14, 15, 16. Through the middle of the bus stop. Getting backed up as they approach the final corner. And Tristan Altman will lead the KA Senior class to the field. And we are underway. There's a kart going slowly to the line as they head down into turn 1. That is actually the 908, the pole sitter Altman. Has fallen back, so Ian Quinn will assume the lead ahead of Cody Lindstrom in P2. And they're leading Eric Goldstein. So that's your top 3 as they head through 4, 5, and 6 for the first time. It's going to be a long run uphill through turns 7, 8, and 9. Ian Quinn leading the KA Senior class. Here in the pre-final, we have 10 minutes, followed by 2 additional laps. As they head around for the first time, Quinn in first. Heading up the hill, there's a kart heading off through turn 2. We'll see if they'll be able to get it restarted on their own. Quinn leading Lindstrom. I think Michael Massandre, the number 927, has moved his way up into 3rd place. So the kart that has gone off was the number 955 of Eric Goldstein. On lap 2 now. Quinn built up a lead of 0.6 of a second on that opening lap. He'll come out of the final corner and he will run a 57.8 on that lap across the line, build up 9 more tenths of a gap to Cody Lindstrom behind, and second Lindstrom is under pressure from behind. However, Ian Quinn has continued to build up more and more space. Michael Massandre sitting right behind Cody Lindstrom, waiting to pounce for P2. We also have a battle for P4 behind him. Tristan Altman, the pole sitter, had an issue at the start. He's worked his way back up to 4th, and he is currently under threat from Noah McFadden right behind him.
Just double check that you can hear.
However, Altman was 8 tenths faster on the previous lap. Heading through the bus stop this time, Ian Quinn still your leader. He took the lead right as they cross the start-finish line on lap 1. Quinn punching a 57.594. It's the fastest lap of the race, and he is leading over Massandre, who has made his way past Lindstrom into 2nd place. Heading through 4, 5, and 6, we're also catching a battle back for 9th, 10th, 11th position. is right now looking at the battle between Joe Wright, Joey Sylvester also hanging in there, battling for those last spots in the top 10. As the karters all head for the back section, we'll catch the leader, Ian Quinn, who once again just set the fastest lap of the race, a 57.59. His previous time, he'll go even quicker, a 57.54. And now look at this battle between Cody Lindstrom and Tristan Altman. This is for the final podium position. You're on lap 4. We're 5 minutes and 50 seconds into this race. Altman right on the rear bumper as they head down into turns 4 and 5. And Altman got the pass done through 6. And he has gone on quite a recovery drive. He's worked his way back up into 3rd place. So 10 minutes plus 2 laps is the duration of these pre-final races. Ian Quinn has led comfortably since the start. And there he goes across the start-finish line. Tristan Altman has moved his way on that previous lap up past Cody Lindstrom. Altman just pulled a 57.4. He's the fastest kart on track that isn't the leader. Quinn hanging around a 57.3. So very similar lap times between the 1st and 3rd place kart. As the field heads through 6 up into 7, that uphill high-speed section. Here on this beautiful day, expected to go well above 70 degrees by the time that we get wrapped up this afternoon. Ian Quinn through the final corner. He is your race leader. And as he comes across the line, the gap between him and the 2nd place kart of Michael Massandre is 2.6 seconds. And then it's another nearly 1.5 seconds between him and Tristan Altman behind. Well, Ian Quinn just continues to shave off the pressure by putting together more quick lap times. It was a 57.23 the last time around. Maybe 3 or 4 times he has set the fastest lap of the race. As the field begins to space out just a little bit in these closing minutes of the K100 pre-final. Heading across the line, Altman closed just a little bit to Massandre on that previous lap. He's now down to a 1.4 second gap, trying to recover all he can after dropping back at the start of the race. The pole sitter Tristan Altman. And he's continuing to get just a tad bit closer to the 2nd place runner, but we'll see if he's going to have enough time. Heading out of the final corner, Ian Quinn, he is the race leader, as he has been. 57.2 from him. Massandre with the 57.4, but then Altman back in P3 sets the 57.1. He's gotten a gap down from 1.4 to just over a second. There was only going to be a few laps to go for him to catch and try to take 2nd place away. We'll watch as they exit the middle section. You can see Altman's kart just getting closer and closer as they head down into turn 10. Quinn heading out of 13 through the bus stop, and yeah, you can just see it from here as the white flag is waved. Is Tristan Altman going to have enough to take position number 2? Ian Quinn has the lead by quite a large margin. You see Quinn all the way down, heading into turn 3. But then there's this battle for second. Sandre holds the inside, going very defensive, trying not to give Altman space to move. That slick line. Heading through 7. And just a bit closer. There's only a couple tenths between these guys, but not that many more places to try to go for an overtake as they take the run down into turn 11. And Altman looked to the outside, wasn't able to complete a move. However, through the final corner, it's Ian Quinn who dominates the KA Senior pre-final. He is your race winner, and by just the skin of his teeth, Michael Massandre holds on to P2. Ahead of Tristan Altman, Cody Lindstrom, Brendan Hennigan round out the top 5. Noah McFadden, Marshall Graham, 6th and 7th. Max Wright comes home in P8. Joe Wright in P9. And Eric Goldstein rounds out the top 10 of the first race of the afternoon. Next up, for race number 2, we will have the mini Swift karts kicking off in just 4 minutes. They're lining up right now. But it's the Ohio native, Ian Quinn, taking the win in the first race of the day. And we have the mini Swift carts coming out for their out lap. Griffin Vukic is on pole. Addison Haydu had his second fastest time in qualifying, followed by Cole Vetter, Daphne Cole, Preston Fisher, Anthony Ciafani, and Jamin Trilly are your 7 carters for this race. And they line up and head for turn 10. So this is race number 2, part of the pre-final races. Vukic currently the points leader over Vetter.
Pole leader. I mean, championship points, but not points for the only.
And we're getting ready to get underway as they head out of the final corner. And the second of the pre-final races we've started. They make the run down into turn 1. We'll catch them on the X as they head down into turn 2. Seven carters heading around for the first time. We already see some moves being made through 4.
We're missing third place for Masters.
Heading up in through 9. Through turn 10. And working their way through the back section on this opening lap.
Oh, thank you.
We'll see the running order as they come across.
It's somebody's problem.
Through the bus stop. And out of the final corner to complete lap 1. And as they stand, Griffin Vukic is leading by 0.8 of a second. Addison Haydu sitting in P2. Cole Vetter sitting in that final podium position. However, Vetter's going to be under attack from Preston Fisher as they make the run down into 5. Vetter's going to defend that inside line. And Fisher getting a bit squirmy for 6. Loses the momentum. For Griffin Vukic continuing to build out that lead. It was 0.8 after 1 lap alone. As Vukic heads through 12 and 13.
Here, do you want to bring meat lovers? No, do you want to bring meat lovers?
Slides through the must stop. And to complete lap 2, he sets a 103.2. It's over a second faster than Addison Haydu, sitting back in second. As Vukic is able to build up his lead out to 2 seconds. A bit of a pack forming up, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Cole Vetter, Preston Fisher, and Daphne Cole hanging on the end. As Vukic continues to lead. Relatively calm winds this afternoon. As the drivers continue to fly through that back section.
Not for me.
Vukic has been able to build up more and more of a lead And he comes across the line. It's the fastest lap of the race, a 102.9. Haydu continuing to hold a 0.7 of a second gap over Cole Vetter for that second place. Preston Fisher even closer. He's only 0.5 back of a podium position. And then 5th, 6th, and 7th all evenly spaced as well. So we have a couple trios linked up on lap 4. And then one driver who is currently a couple seconds up the road in the lead. Vukic out of the final corner. He's still leading. He sets the fastest lap again, a 102.92. Haydu, Vetter, and Fisher all in that pack for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. You're going to actually see Cole Vetter on the outside here as they head down to that downhill braking zone in turn 3. Closing the gap ever so slightly. They head through turns 5 and 6. Up the hill and back around, entering shot in that far right corner. You should see Vukic, who has been leading the entire way. He will lead across the line. And here is her battle for 2nd. See as they come up the hill, down into turn 3, Haydu in front of Vetter. See if Cole can make a move down here into turn 4. It's going to be a bit wider through the corner. Going to stay right on the rear bumper of that number 14 kart. Seven minutes have passed in this pre-final race. Vukic currently in the lead comfortably. We'll see what the gap is as him and the rest of the field come across the line. Vukic's last lap time, a 1:03.0, a couple tenths off of his fastest. Cole Vetter has made a move up into 2nd place. And the gap between him and the kart in front, that 1st and 2nd place gap, currently 6.1 seconds. With 6 laps having been completed. We'll see if Haydu can go on the attack, try to get 2nd place back. Vukic currently rounding turn 11. And Haydu currently on the outside of Vetter and falls back just a little bit. So Vukic continues to lead. A very consistent 1:03.0. Nearly the same lap time from the previous lap. Haydu runs a 1:03.5 back in 3rd place. The fastest lap of the race from the number 14 kart. And here's that battle for 2nd. Vetter's going to hang on that racing line, not deviate that much. Keep it very clean and very steady. And that's really the only on-track battle as of right now. The rest of the field separated by about a second or more. Vukic coming around and takes the white flag. Now here comes the second and third place karts. Vetter in front, not by much. One last run into turn 3. As you see Vukic going through the middle section one more time as well. The KA Junior pre-final is next up. And then the LO206 Senior pre-final, which will have a ton of karts competing as Griffin Vukic comes across the line. He is the winner in the pre-final for the Mini Swift karts. And as they come across the line, Vetter in P2 holds off from Addison Haydu in P3. Preston Fisher, followed by Daphne Cole, followed by Jamin Trilly and Anthony Ciafani in 7th. So, in just a few minutes, we'll be back with the start of the next race, the KA Junior pre-final.
What is this?
And we have the KA Junior karts heading on the track right now. Let's run through the starting order. JJ O'Neill ran the fastest time in qualifying. He is first. Him and Keelan Torini are the two karters who broke the 1 minute mark. Kennedy Tracy and Jack Cadu are on row 2. Brant Kramer and Clay O'Brien on the next row, and then rounding out the field is Alex Verena and Ricky Davis. The field bunching up, double file.
So Brady is
A long day of racing still ahead of us.
2.
And 8 karts on track right now. You see them
Lewandowski is 24.
in the far corner of the screen, entering the bus stop. JJ O'Neill will lead the field to green as they round the final corner, and we are underway with the KA Junior pre-final as they run down into turn 1, and we'll catch them on the exit of turn 2. Heading into that downhill braking zone, the elevation decreasing as they head for 3 and 4 for the first time. O'Neill currently in the lead. As they run single file, all 8 karts heading down into turn 10. We'll lose them for a second, however, they'll head back into shot as they round that turn 11 hairpin. So JJ O'Neill qualified on pole, and he is currently leading as they head out of the final corner. And O'Neill leads Torini, leads Jack Cadu, who made up 1 spot, Kennedy Tracy in P4, and Brant Kramer rounding out your top 5. Battle back for 6th and 7th. Clay O'Brien and Alex Verena. And then also side by side for that last podium spot, heading up the inside, is Jack Cadu. He holds off Kennedy Tracy and stays in P3 as they head through 7 and back up the hill. JJ O'Neill leading that field through 11, however, Keelan Torini is not letting him get away as there's a couple karts off. A couple karts off in 11. We'll see who that is as they come around. O'Neill is leading, Torini second. Cadu and Tracy, followed by Brant Kramer. Then P6 is Ricky Davis, so that is Clay O'Brien and Alex Verena, who are currently off in turn 11, trying to recover their karts, get them back on track. It's a team effort. As the local yellow is getting waved. And the field is heading around after a lap 1 incident where 2 karts got stuck off the track, and Alex Verena comes back around. So Clay O'Brien still out there. He actually helped Verena get his kart back on the track. Some great sportsmanship from Clay O'Brien as JJ O'Neill leads by 2 seconds. Seeing O'Neill right now, the gap between him and Torini is just over 2 seconds, and then if you go back a second and a half more, you'll see Kennedy Tracy back on that final podium spot. He's worked his way up. O'Neill leading the way in the Cadet Junior pre-final. They head out in the final corner. And O'Neill sets a 57.59. Ahead of Torini setting a 58.2. Kennedy Tracy a 10th behind. O'Neill looking smooth, heading through turn 6 out into turn 7. We're heading up on 6.5 minutes in to the KA Junior pre-final. And it is JJ O'Neill leading the way. As you can still see on the right corner of your screen, and they're trying to retrieve the Kart of Clay O'Brien. As O'Neill crosses the line, 57.7. Torini behind by 3.3 seconds now. The field has pretty much entirely spread out, with 7 minutes having gone past. O'Neill still in the lead. As you see most of the karts in the field in shot, heading through that back section. Following along with Keelan Torini as he exits out of turn 2. Torini has a 1.5 advantage over Kennedy Tracy. You see Tracy following, heading through turn 6 right now. Now 8.5 minutes have gone. We have a large field coming up next. Our next pre-final race is the LO206 Senior class. A couple more laps remaining. It's JJ O'Neill comfortably in front, leading Torini. As we see the karts heading through that middle section, riding along right now with the number 302 of Ricky Davis sitting in 5th position. He's moved up a couple spots from the race start. We have a blue flag being shown to Alex Verena as JJ O'Neill approaches the back of the lap car. A soon-to-be lap car as Verena moves off the racing line, but continues to hold his position. O'Neill does have quite a bit of a gap. He doesn't have to get past Verena in quite a hurry. He has 5 seconds to the good. To Keelan Torini, who you see now just heading up through turn 8. And with 10 minutes having gone, looks as though we might see we've seen O'Neill work his way past Verena. And then Torini behind, so we'll see how much time JJ O'Neill has lost. It doesn't seem like he's lost pretty much any time. He still ran 0.2 of a second faster than Torini, even though he was navigating through lap traffic. 9 laps have been completed. We follow along now with number 6 kart of Brant Kramer. See him in the middle of the screen now. JJ O'Neill has not only been able to lead this late race by a wide margin as he takes the white flag, he's been able to set some blistering lap times. His fastest lap is a whole 0.7 faster than anyone else in the field right now. An incredible performance by JJ to be able to build up the gap that he's been able to. Here on this final lap. Heading through turns 12 and 13, JJ O'Neill has been able to build up quite a lead, and now he will take the checkered flag as the winner of the pre-final in KA Junior, followed by Keelan Torini. In P2, Kennedy Tracy rounds out the top 3 finishers for the KA Junior pre-final. We'll catch more karts as they come across the line. Ricky Davis has moved this way up into P4. That's where he finishes. Jack Haydu, P5. Brant Kramer, who was in the top 5, has found himself up. He's found himself off the track, kind of in between turns 11 and 12, off in the distance.
We still have a recovery, don't we?
And Kramer has worked his way back on. He has restarted.
Copy.
And he will come across and take the checkered flag in 6th position. So that is the conclusion of the KA Junior pre-final, and we have coming up next, it should be a very exciting senior pre-final in our next race. And so we have 32 karts getting ready to get going for the senior pre-final. What a field we have. Cameron Doherty is on pole. Tristan Altman alongside him. Henry Wheeler and Jordan Klein, row 2. Devin Wallace, Michael Taylor, row 3. Malcolm Simpson, Bessie Chase, row 4. Oh, wait.
No,
Sorry,
that's
yeah.
wrong.
So, correction for the starting lineup. It is Henry Wheeler,
I have 3
P1,
carts that were overweight.
and
Overweight
Joshua
or-
Zolan, followed by Gavin
Over.
Isaacs, Anthony DeCesaro,
We don't care about overweight.
Keegan
We don't care about
Weidmeyer.
overweight.
Is at the front of the field. So I was reading off the wrong thing. A different starting order. We have 32 karts. Heading into the bus stop.
Yeah, I talked them in the front, so they should be alright. But
And through the final corner. And we are underway with the senior pre-final. 32 karts heading up the hill. And look at them go. For turn 4 for the first time. Mostly single file, no incidents so far. Almost free wide towards the middle of the field. And a couple bumps out of that, but nothing too serious. As the karts mostly go single file the first time for turn 11. We'll get the running order as they come back across. You have that pack of 4 up the front.
alright, did you happen to see that?
I think you just took that way too hot.
And running through most of the
Okay, I
single
couldn't tell
file.
if 2-0 just pushed him off or if he just took a line. Copy.
Mostly single file still. As they head through 11.
What? What? What happened? What was that? Oh, never mind, he pulled himself off.
The lead pack heading to the start finish line. Mark Steele leading the way over Anthony DeCesaro, and we have a kart stopped in turn 6. As the leaders head through the bus stop. And way. Come across. Is the number 50 of Anthony DeCesaro.
You also need to talk because both that front bumper is there.
DeCesaro leading over Joshua Zwolin. And following them to is Mark Steele. So DeCesaro, Zwolin, and Steele are your top three right now. They formed a bit of a breakaway at the front. Bumper to bumper. As a couple carts are being retrieved from turn 7. Heading on to the next lap. Zwolin leads. DeCesaro back in P2. Steele sitting right behind him. So Zwolin in first, followed by DeCesaro, Steele. Your top three.
I can't see the number, but it's the car going past third right now. Something is tracking.
Rudy Agris sitting in fourth. And Keegan Weidmeyer rounds out the top 5. So that is your 5-car pack at the front. Zwolin at the head of it. DeCesaro sitting just in front of Mark Steele. We'll see if Steele tries to make a move here. Down into turn 3. You're going to have to watch because there's 2 more carts sitting right behind them. They keep it neat. They keep it single file. As the top 5 heads up the hill.
Where's he at?
Down towards turn 10. Cody Johnson sitting in 7th. Lucas Van Kuren sitting in 7th. Cody Johnson sitting in 6th. Jordan Klein in 8th. Ian Quinn 9th. Dylan White rounding out your top 10 right now. As we head on to the next lap, Zwolin leading by less than 1/10 of a second as they're side by side for P2. DeCesaro and Steele. Steele's going to fall back a bit, and an ambitious dive for the lead. Swolin's going to get him back.
I don't know if he's done.
Steele holding on.
Looks like it's dragging sometimes, and then looks like it's not the other time.
DeCesaro is going to lose out on P2. And it's Mark Steele who, in that battle, ends up the best of it. He is your race leader. 7 minutes in to the senior pre-final. Steele just had a great move for turns 4 and 6 to work his way past what was quite the cluster of carts all trying to work their way into those limited podium spots, and Steele ended up the best of them. That's why he is the leader as they cross the line. Rudy Agris sitting in P2. Zwolin sitting in that last podium spot. However, DeCesaro makes a move. Agris makes a move for the lead. Steele looking to fight his way back. Comes Zwolin on the outside of DeCesaro for 6, and they tap, however, both stay on the course. And that side-by-side move for third place through turn 6 allowed for the top 2 carts to gain a bit of breathing room 7 laps completed so far.
Karting came in, and the bumper's not dragging.
Their hair was out.
Iris will take the white flag ahead of Steele. And a bit of a train from 3rd place all the way back to 6th. We'll see if any moves are made for this middle section for the final time. Can Steele put himself in striking distance? Goes to the outside, maybe attempts the crossover, however, stays right behind Agris as Cesaro gives himself a bit more of a cushion on that final spot in the top 3. Agris still leading through 11. However, Steele's going to pull to the outside. Forced out just a little bit. We'll see if Steele has anything left. As they head for the bus stop, Steele to the outside. Agris defends. And out of the final corner, Steele goes for it. And Rudy Agris wins the race. We'll see who finished second. It's the Cesaro by 6 thousandths. Moves himself into P2. Zwollen finishes 4th. Weidmeyer 5th. Van Kuren 6th. Johnson, White, Quinn, and John Stinn round out your top 10. A very exciting race with a lot of karts. And the cadet class is going to be the next one to have their pre-final race. And the next class heading out right now is the Cadet class. Brady Lewandowski is starting on pole. He was the only kart to run a 107 in qualifying. You see him in the 24 leading the field. Preston Fisher is second. Anthony Ciafani is third, and then after that is Addison Haydu, Rohan Reddy, Daphne Cole, Brecken Boland, Cody Templar, Jamin Trilly, and Brent Mendoza rounds out the field. So 10 karts. And it's a bit less chaotic after seeing over 30 karts out there for the previous race, as the field bunches up just a little bit. Get to see some younger karters get their chance to race in the cadet class. As they exit turn 13. And slowed down, getting ready for
pretty good, so.
the fourth or the fifth pre-final race. So 2 more after this, as they head for the final corner. And Lewandowski will lead the 10 karts. They cross through the cones, and we're underway.
Turn line violation, or 2-4, no overall.
Lewandowski in front as they head into turn 3 for the first time, and we'll see these karts, which have already worked their way into single file, navigate the middle section for the first time.
Did you say 2-4?
That's correct.
Lewandowski has already built up an advantage of a couple karts worth of space, heading through the back section for the first time. So you see a bit of a train between second and sixth. Lewandowski leads the way on to lap number 2 over Preston Fisher. Addison Haydu is going to square up Fisher as they head down into turns 3 and 4. There's also a battle for 4th place going on. Daphne Cole working on the back of Anthony Ciafani. Lewandowski's lead as they cross the line 1.2 seconds. On his second lap. Some fighting going on for that second place spot. Lewandowski working his way through 16. He'll have the lead as he crosses the line with the mohawk on his helmet. Haydu has worked up to P2. Ciafani sitting right behind in that final podium spot, but Ciafani is under pressure. Oh, actually, Lewandowski has fallen back on that previous lap, so he is down into P4. I was wondering because he had that gap, but then He had been assessed a tramline violation, so he's now in fourth.
Well, as long as it was
Fisher is
He should.
the leader.
82 seconds.
So Lewandowski, the first kart on track, trying to build up the time from the penalty. Holding on in front. You see the 0 free of Fisher closing that gap. Right behind you have Ciafani and Cole fighting for what is going to be P3. And they're side by side for what could be the final podium spot as they work their way through turn 12. However, at the front, Preston Fisher will go to the inside of Lewandowski and take the on-track lead. Fisher in front. After a nice move down into turn 1, as clean as it gets. So Lewandowski now, even with the penalty applied, is up into P3 because of that battle between Ciafani and Cole. Ciafani in fourth. As your top 3 karters head through turn 13. And through the bus stop, it is still going to be Preston Fisher leading as they complete lap 5. Fisher currently has the fastest lap of the race. He said it not on this past lap, but the lap before. It was a 106.4. We are 6 minutes into the Cadet pre-final. And Fisher leads as they head up through turn 8. So Fisher leading. Addison Haydu is the second place kart in timing because of the tramline violation for Brady Lewandowski. However, Lewandowski sits in between Fisher and Haydu. As you now see Lewandowski trying to peek to the inside of Fisher. However, just a bit too far back to make a move. Lewandowski might be able to get to the outside in turn 3. And maybe attempt something through 4, right on that back bumper. Trying to work his way past because not only is Lewandowski going to have to pass Fisher if he wants to win this race, he's going to have to build a gap of 2 seconds in only a couple of minutes. So if he wants any shot, he's going to have to make this move, and make this move very quickly. Heading into the bus stop, Fisher has Fended off Lewandowski for another lap. Here comes Lewandowski to the inside. He's going to go for the move in turn 1, and he completes it. Looks behind him
Get it tightened.
and sees Preston Fisher in his rear view mirror. A great move by Lewandowski. And maybe this opens the door for Haydu to pressure Fisher for what would be the race win. As the Carters make their way into turn 10, 8.5 minutes have gone. Fisher in front by just a couple of tenths. And he's right on the back of Lewandowski. Are we going to potentially see another move? Lewandowski looks to his left. Fisher on the outside. And not close enough to work his way past in turn 1. Fisher's going to have to really watch out. This is the final lap of the race. And if Fisher makes a mistake, Haydu is sitting right there. And Fisher still leading as they head into 10. Preston Fisher has the fastest lap of this race, a 106.4. He has led most of the way, sitting right behind the number 24 kart of Brady Lewandowski. And due to the tramline violation for Lewandowski, Fisher will round the final corner and take victory. Addison Haydu, P2. Lewandowski will hold on to third place. Anthony Ciafani, P4. Daphne Cole, P5. Rohan Reddy in P6. Jamin Trilly, P7. Brecken Boland in P8. Cody Templar in 9th. And Brent Mendoza rounds out the finishing order for the cadet class, as we have 2 more pre-final races, and the next one is for the junior class. And next we have the LO206 Junior class. Colton Geyer is on pole in front of J.J. O'Neill and Jordan Klein. Keegan Torini in 4th place. Ricky Davis in 5th. Caleb Smith in 6th. Your top 3 rows. We have a total of 24 karts. One of the largest classes we'll have here all day, as they all get ready to go. They'll bunch up, they'll head through turn 11. Rounding the corner, we have one more pre-final race after this for the Masters class.
You don't want to see if there's any
We are
more evaluations?
on to the finals as Geyer leads the field. And we are underway.
It was close.
He's going to have to cover off a lot of karts as they head down into turn 3 and 4 for the first time. O'Neill sitting on the back of Geyer. O'Neill really fighting. Jordan Klein sitting right behind, ready to pounce if there's a mistake, as we have karts off in turn 4 and in turn 5.
Get him off the track.
5 karts off in total.
Should get the cart off at all, bro.
2 of them have gotten going again. And you still have 2 karts stuck in turn 4. Geyer leading the field. On the exit, the final corner. In front of J.J. O'Neill, in front of Jordan Klein. Ricky Davis in P4. Reagan Harbert is in 5th. As you see O'Neill on the outside, sitting right on the rear bumper of Geyer. Klein sitting right there too. A breakaway pack of 4. Ricky Davis has just a little bit of space.
Honestly, if that cart must be close to you, punch him off. We're on the other side of the tire.
There's still 3 more karts stuck alongside the track in turn 4 and turn 5.
Guys asked if they can pull their carts further towards the axle. I don't know if that really does mean, but okay.
Geyer leading the field. Out in the final corner, O'Neill will pull to the inside. J.J. O'Neill going for the race lead. And he's got it. Give it to O'Neill. The 92 in that bright blue kart takes the lead of the race. As we head up on 4.5 minutes into the pre-final. O'Neill in front. We might have had a move for P3 as well between Ricky Davis and Jordan Klein, so that is for your final podium spot. However, it is J.J. O'Neill who just made a move on Colton Geyer for the race lead. He is in first as they head for turn 13. We're going to be heading on to lap number 4 when they cross the line. O'Neill leads Jordan Klein, who's moved his way up into second. So yes, Klein has moved up a spot. Colton Geyer still very much in this fight, sitting just behind your top two. Going defensive through 5 and 6 is O'Neill, your race leader. As we catch them heading over the hill and traversing their way towards turn 10. O'Neill in front. And let's see what kind of run Jordan Klein gets out of the final corner. Might be set up for a move down into turn 1. Klein sitting right on the rear bumper, does not go for anything into 1. His next opportunity will be here into turn 3. But still great defensive driving from JJ O'Neill. Colton Geyer sitting right behind the two of them, waiting for a mistake. We're 6 minutes and 40 seconds into the free final for the junior class, the LO206 carts. O'Neill on that last lap ran a lap time only 1,000th of a second slower than Jordan Klein did. Geyer about 1/2 of a tenth off of the lap time of the front two the last time around. And here is the next chance for Klein. Racing down into turn 1, O'Neill is in the lead. Here comes Klein, he's going to have the inside. Down into turn 3. Just barely got that front bumper beside. However, O'Neill doing a good job forcing Klein to back out. And there's a slow cart ahead of your front two. Which might prove some issues for this battle for the race lead between O'Neill and Klein. So the front two have cleared that lapped car and are still in the exact same place they were. O'Neill in front of Klein. Klein doesn't have the speed to pull out this time. We're 8.5 minutes into this race. It'll be 10 minutes plus 2 laps. However, that front two has built quite the gap back to Colton Geyer behind him. 1.7 seconds the gap from the second place cart back to the next. So it's JJ O'Neill leading. Jordan Klein right behind. Heading through turn 10. Still bumper to bumper on the exit of 13. So on the past 2 attempts, Klein was not able to get the run needed to get alongside O'Neill. He'll have another shot right now. Klein looks behind him. The gap to Colton Geyer behind is getting larger and larger, up to 3 seconds. O'Neill's still in front. Ricky Davis in 4th. Keelan Torini has moved his way up into P5. Davis sitting almost 3 seconds back behind Colton Geyer, who is sitting 3 seconds himself behind this front two grouping that has broken away from the rest of the field. As 10 minutes have passed, so a couple laps to go. And it's indeed been in that back section. Klein took the lead of the race. So Jordan Klein currently in front. JJ O'Neill sitting right behind, ready to try to take that lead back. Klein and O'Neill back and forth all race long with 2 to go. Klein keeping it steady for 6. Now has to head uphill. Defending that same section of the track. He made the overtake the previous time around. Through the corner into 11. And they're still bumper to bumper for the race win. And this next time around, they're going to see the white flag. Jordan Klein leads JJ O'Neill. O'Neill's going to go to the inside. He's going to go for the win on the final lap. And a great move by Klein to hold it around the outside. Potentially a race-winning defense in turn 1 by Jordan Klein. O'Neill still within striking distance. We've seen an overtake for the lead in this race. Down between turns 10 and 12. As O'Neill goes to the inside. They're going to be side by side battling. And on the exit, still the crossover. We'll see who's in front as they exit 12. It's O'Neill. JJ O'Neill got the move done in those final few corners, and he will exit turn 16 as the race win. No! Oh, close, but O'Neill holds off Klein. Colton Geyer comes home in third place. Torini made a move on Davis for a P4. And what a pre-final we had in the junior class. A lot of incidents on the opening lap, but kept it pretty clean the rest of the way and had a fantastic battle for the lead that changed hands multiple times. So stick around. We have one more pre-final to go. Next up is the Masters class. And we have the Masters next as our final pre-final race. As they head out for their up lap. At the front of the field is the number 11 of Robert Ross. Ran a 1:05.26 in qualifying. Ahead of Mike Burton, John Flucker, and Jeff Liberator, and Douglas Borsch are your top 5.
Got that one
The cart's bunching up for the last race of the day until we're on to the final for each class. And Ross will be at the front. And we are underway with the Masters pre-final.
That was real good.
As Ross leads the field down into turn number 4. Borsch has moved this way up into P3, sitting on the rear bumper of Mike Burton here on this opening lap. And a pack of 5 karts sitting at the front of the field. Heading out of the final corner, the pole sitter, Robert Ross, leads John Flucker and Douglas Borsch. As mid-bunch up, heading into 4. Ross able to hold out a steady gap. As they head up the hill, down into 10. On to the second lap of this Masters pre-final. Robert Ross started on pole. He has been able to hold on to his lead so far for a pack of 4 karts right behind him. Look at how bunched up they are for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. John Flucker trying to hold off Douglas Borsch. Mike Burton also sitting beside us. You see Borsch get right on the rear bumper, and then, nearly Burton tried to pull alongside for a move, had to back out of that one. Leading into 5 is Ross. Sitting right behind that top 5 pack is Eric Vukic and Michael Tanzio battling for 6th. On to the next lap. It's Ross leading the way. Still in this freeway battle for 2nd. continues. Bumping heading down into 4. And a move up the inside. We're going to see a position change. It's Mike Burton up into 2nd. With a great move, 5.5 minutes into the pre-final. So Robert Ross leading the way. Burton has moved past Flucker into 2nd. Ross coming across the line now, putting a 1:05.5. It is the fastest lap in the field, not last time by. Less than a 10th off of the fastest for Ross, which is also the fastest in the race. A very, very beautiful day for racing. Really clear skies right now. The leaders moving their way through the final corners. And we'll see what happens as they exit turn 1 up into turn 2. We might see Douglas Borsch potentially move past Flucker and not on this time around on the entrance to 4. Ross leading the way. However, on that last lap, the gap between 1st and 2nd closed quite a bit. It was cut in half. 5/10 faster on that previous lap was Mike Burton. So now the advantage that Ross had at the front of that 5 kart pack has closed itself down. Well, we'll see if Burton can get off of the bumper of the karts behind him and potentially challenge for the race lead. Ross is doing a great job of being able to hold steady at the front of the field. That grouping of karts at the front, as we see a yellow flag waved out near turn 10. We're 9 minutes in. Still is a lot to be decided, as these karts haven't gotten any further apart. Your top 5 running nose to tail. Robert Ross holding off a trio led by Mike Burton with only a few laps to go. Ross doing a good job just keeping those in line, trailing him. As you see contact in through turn 6 and 2 karts off. The number 6 of Michael Fisher was one of the 2 involved. And Michael Latanzio in the number 20 was the other one involved, as that was a battle for 7th place. And Latanzio's kart is stuck. Back at the front, 2 laps remaining. Robert Ross leads over Mike Burton. Over Ross makes a bit of a mistake. Burton pulls out to the side. There's contact in a battle for second. Burton and Flucker run each other off the course.
5, 6, and 7.
And now Ross has a bit of space. Borsch has moved himself up to second. Liberator sitting on the final spot in the top 3.
There's nothing on the track. Like as far as Nick.
Run over there and grab it.
So the white flag will come out next. For Robert Ross leading the Masters pre-final. Borsch sitting in second, Liberator sitting in 3rd place, Burton in 4th. Vukic has worked his way into the top 5. And here on the final lap, still that top 3. Robert Ross trying to
What?
hold off Borsch and Liberator and take the race win.
6 and 2.
On the exit of the final hairpin, the rundown into the bus stop and into the final corner. Dominance from start to finish for Robert Ross. He is the winner of the Masters pre-final over Douglas Borsch and Jeff Liberator. Mike Burton recovers from that incident towards the end of the race, comes home in 4th. Eric Vukic in 5th. John Flucker in 6th. Warren Croyle in 7th. Michael Savko in 8th, Timothy Connell in 9th, and Michael Fisher comes home to round out the top 10. And we will be back in a few minutes after a little break with the start of the final races. All right, let's unleash the children for the Kid Kart final. 4 of them. As we take a look at the starting grid, Easton Boland is on pole. Had a time of 48.0. Sebastian Savko had a 48.8. He's in P2. Sofia Mendoza with a 51.154. And rounding out the field is Race Jones, who had a 52.334. So they will all line up. And, oh, there's a collision right at the start involving the 10 of Jones and the 7 of Boland. Boland dropped back, but moves his way past. And we have a shortened circuit for the Kid Kart class. Boland moving past Mendoza up into second. And leading Kid Kart on lap 1 is Sebastian Savko. Savko heading through the final corner to end lap 1. Mendoza moving to the inside, going for the lead. And Mendoza has it. Sofia Mendoza leading the way. Above Sebastian Savko and Easton Boland. And that's your top 3. Race Jones sitting behind in 4th.
I don't know why it didn't catch your laps. It says, it says it's.
I'm gonna put it on the charter and we're gonna see.
Mendoza still leading as they head through 6.
Hey, hold on.
Huh?
Don't, hold on. Stay
Oh,
here.
we need to get it on a charger. They scanned it. I saw it. It's gonna die.
Mendoza leading. They head across the line. Mendoza continuing to build a gap. She is up 1.7 seconds on Savko.
One on the thing, one above.
Mendoza in the lead with that gap of the top 3 karts separated by 2.4 seconds. Mendoza comes around, runs a 48.0. It's the fastest lap of the race. And a 10 faster than Savko behind with the 48.1. Boland sitting back, spins around, but is able to recover it. So Mendoza in the lead. And there's your top 2 in shot heading through turn 8. And through 9, the final corner on the shortened circuit. Mendoza in the lead. 3:45 into the race. Runs a 10th faster than Savko. A 1.8 second gap, and then behind Savko is 6 seconds to Easton Boland back in 3rd place.
Yep.
Mendoza still in front. .420 has passed. Up to 4.5 minutes. And both of the top two running faster lap times. However, Easton Boland back in third place just ran the fastest lap of the race, a 47.3. So the top three karts all running in the 47. So great job so far by all of our
Check this past time or?
competitors in Kid Kart, taking their first steps of their karting career. Mendoza in front by 2.8 seconds, pulls out a 47.35, so Mendoza takes back the fastest lap. Rounding through turn 5. And through 6. Mendoza out of the final corner. And pulls out a 47.33, takes the fastest lap. Safko that time ran a 48.2, fell back by nearly a second. Mendoza in front. A really, really great job by all of these karters.
Are there any transponders available?
Mendoza crossing the line.
Got it, scales.
Yeah.
47.2 that time around.
I gotta register it for him, right?
Just bring it up and tell me what it is.
So the gap, 3.3 seconds. Mendoza stays in front.
Hold on.
That last time around, Safko ran the first lap of the race into 46s. A 46.7. We'll see if he can continue to cut into the gap. Mendoza runs a 47.2. Safko with a 47 flat. Or 47.4 from Mendoza that last time around. So on lap 9, Mendoza
Transponder,
still
but I can't watch everybody.
in the lead, but the gap is now within 3 seconds.
Wait.
62.
Mendoza still in
Tristan.
front,
Okay. Final.
K Senior.
but still getting a bit
Hey,
closer.
Senior.
Yeah, 62. Thank you.
As Mendoza crosses the line, puts down a 47.8 and then a 46.5 from Sebastian Savko, who has cut this lead from 5 seconds down to a 1.5 seconds over these last few laps, getting closer and closer to potentially making a move. Easton Boland crosses the line, 16 seconds off the lead, but still running very competitive lap times, a 47.8.
1-3.
So here is this battle for the race lead. Safko potentially moving to the inside and just a bit too far back to make it work. The two front runners head to the back and fourth place car. Race Jones. Mendoza moves to the inside. And Safko follows. So 0.6 of a second between your top two. And we'll see if Savco can pull off this pass in the second half of the race. Here in this Kid Kart class final. As the white flag is being waved. So it is the last chance for Savco to make that move for the race win on Mendoza. So we have a bit of a last lap battle for the win in Kid Kart. Savco to the inside, free. Completes the move in 4. Will Mendoza strike back? Oh, almost rides up on the curb. The cart of Race Jones is stalled alongside the track in 6. But talk about a great race for Sebastian Savco, who is going to run side by side at the line. And your race winner is Savco by just over a tenth. What a finish. Savco took the lead, but Sofia Mendoza, she fought back for that final corner and was able to finish just a tenth behind. And Easton Bolin will round out the podium. So our next race after Kid Kart, we will go to the Mini Swift Karts and their final race. All right, so our next race is the KA Senior Final, our second final of the afternoon. Michael Massandre in that number 927 Kart is going to be the Kart on pole for this race, ahead of Tristan Altman and Cody Lindstrom. 15 minutes plus 2 laps for the KA Senior Final. As the karts we have 11 starting, getting bunched up.
So Safka went out at senior weight.
And they'll head through turn 13. Slow down. And we're getting ready to continue with our final races of the afternoon. This is our second final, KA Senior. Massandre and Altman. Getting ready to start. And we are underway. Massandre gets a good start, however, Altman will get to the inside. We'll see what happens as they head for the middle section for the first time in this final. Side by side, back for 4th and 5th, and contact made. Brendan Hennigan was one of the 2 karts involved in that. As they head through turn 12 for the first time here on lap number 1. Michael Massandre is in the lead in front of Tristan Altman. We'll catch them as they head up to turn 2. Cody Lindstrom sitting right behind the top 2. Looking for an opportunity to strike. And then sitting back behind him in 4th is Noah McFadden. Only a half a second off of that top group. Side by side action through turn 11 for 2nd. Lindstrom on the outside. Trying to get a move done, not able to. However, we do have a lead change as Tristan Altman has moved his way up into 1st place. Now we have McFadden going side by side with Lindstrom. So it is Altman leading over Massandre. And then McFadden and Lindstrom battling for that final podium spot. We're just a couple minutes in. Also keep an eye on 5th, 6th, and 7th. Brendan Hennigan, Eric Goldstein, Marshall Graham. Those 3 are separated by only 0.5 of a second. So Altman is in front. And as they come across, Altman runs a 57.17. That is 0.6 of a second faster than anyone else in the top 5. A great lap has built up his lead to 1.2 seconds. We'll see if McFadden can hold off Lindstrom 4P3. On that last lap, Lindstrom was able to hold right at the rear bumper. On the exit of turn 13 is Altman still leading. And he crosses the line, still in front. And we'll see Lindstrom go up the inside. This is for a spot on the podium. Lindstrom and McFadden. McFadden a bit later on the brakes. And Lindstrom is able to complete the overtake. He is up in the third position for now. However, he'll still have to defend it through turn 6. And yes, Cody Lindstrom holds on to that third place. In the KA Senior Final. So the gap the last time around for Altman in the lead, 1.8 seconds. Altman still in front. We'll maybe see McFadden have a chance to take that position back from Lindstrom. McFadden heads to the outside and is off the track. Loses out on one spot, 2, 3. And rejoins the track down in 7th. McFadden loses out big. It moves Brendan Hennigan up into 4th. Eric Goldstein into the top 5.
How are we on time?
And here comes Altman. Across, we are 7.5 minutes into the K Senior Final. Altman just ran a 57.1. The gap between him and Michael Massandre up now to 2.3 seconds. We get a great view of the karts heading through turn 7 right now. And heading through the final corners of the lap. Altman heading across and still in the lead. Was able to build out a couple more tenths to now 2.8 seconds. Altman in front. Massandre ran a 57.4 the last time around, and Altman ran a 56.8. The fastest lap of the race again, so taking the fastest lap away from himself. Cody Lindstrom on the podium.
Repeat that, please.
Altman crosses the line, a 56.7, improves on his time from the previous lap. And we've also seen Brendan Hennigan close the gap to Cody Lindstrom. This is for third place, and Hennigan ran a couple tenths faster than Lindstrom on the previous lap. The gap is now down to 0.8. Hennigan charging hard from 4th. Altman still
Somebody come off early in this session.
Yes, I do.
in the lead. Pulls out a 56.7. That's Andre with the 57.2. We'll see if there has been more closing of the gap. Yes. So now Lindstrom's advantage to Hennigan is down to only 0.6 seconds. Lindstrom still in front with 4 minutes of racing plus 2 laps remaining in this final. There have been 9 laps completed so far. Looking through the field, Marshall Graham running in P6 just ran his fastest lap at a race of 57.99. Joins the 5 karts in front of him as people who have ran in the 57s, as Lindstrom's gap to Hennigan as they come across the line. Tristan Altman fell off something. Well, Altman's still in front, but he is also a little bit at the front. Still in the lead. Lindstrom's gap to Hennigan is 0.4 now, so it was 0.8 2 laps ago, 0.6 on the previous lap. So Hennigan's been gaining 2 tenths per lap at this rate. Altman crosses the line. It's Andre. In P2, Lindstrom. Hennigan. Once again, Hennigan closes 2 tenths on that previous lap. And now, potentially looking for a move to get onto the podium. Lindstrom trying to defend.
Awesome. Let's go ahead.
Heading to the inside.
Because the track is, we're going to start them right away because we are running behind now.
In this fight for the final spots on the podium. It is heating up in the closing minutes. So we're 13 minutes gone. Altman crosses the line. He's been able to build out a couple tenths he lost and more. And now here is Hennigan moving to the inside, trying to work his way past Cody Lindstrom. And yes, he does. Brendan Hennigan up onto the podium. Lindstrom's going to have the chance to fight back here. Here they go for 6. Lindstrom right on the bumper. We also have a battle deeper in the field between Joe Wright and Max Wright. This is for P8. They were separated by 2 tenths as they came across the line the last time. Altman in front. That's Andre in second. And then now, Brendan Hennigan looks backwards, sees Cody Lindstrom now behind him by 7 tenths of a second. So ever since he was able to make that overtake, he had been able to build out quite the advantage. Hennigan now comfortably in P3, and there's a move. Potentially, it was Max Wright trying to go up the inside of Joe Wright through turn 3. Over Joe Wright holding on to P8. As 15 minutes have crossed, Altman getting a signal. We have 2 laps remaining in the KA Senior Final. Altman with a lead of 6 seconds. Now looking at 5th and 6th place. It's Eric Goldstein and Marshall Graham. Goldstein in that red cart, entering the apex of turn 3 right now, in front of Marshall Graham in the 88. Graham trying to work his way into the top 5. So it's going to have one more lap after this to do it, as your race leader Tristan Altman takes the white flag in the KA Senior Final. 1 to go. Mass Andre gets the white flag next. And then Hennigan and Lindstrom come across. We'll see what this battle for 5th looks like, as it was a good lap, a great lap by Eric Goldstein. He ran a 57.5, and now the gap is up to 0.6. Goldstein trying to hold on to 5th. And also you have, back in 8th and 9th, Joe Wright ahead of Max Wright. However, at the front of the field, it's been pure dominance for Tristan Altman, who wins the KA Senior Final. Mass Andre comes home in 2nd. Hennigan comes home on the last podium place, followed by Lindstrom. Goldstein comes across in P5. P6 is Marshall Graham. Noah McFadden in P7. And Joe Wright and Max Wright will come home 8th and 9th. And those are your finishers. 9 in KA Senior. And next up will be the final 9 in
30 seconds.
The mini Swift final lining up next for less than a minute away. So we have 5 races remaining. Oh, actually, we have 6 races remaining on the day. And the mini Swift carts are making their way out of the pit lane and onto the track. So we will run through the lineup. Griffin Vukic won the pre-final, and he will start first ahead of Cole Vetter. Addison Haydu in P3 above Preston Fisher. Daphne Cole in 5th, Jamin Trilly in 6th, and Anthony Ciafani in 7th. Vukic won the pre-final. He also ran the fastest lap, a 1:02.65. As the field bunches up in turn 11. And we move just a little bit closer to the drop of the green flag. So Griffin Vukic has been the fastest kart in this class throughout the day. We'll see if he can keep it up. As the karts roll to the starting line, and we are underway. Vukic with a nice run ahead of Vetter for turn 2. Right on the rear bumper. Completing the downhill into 4. And Vetter under attacked by Preston Fisher, going at it for P2. Vukic has been able to build out just a little bit of comfort so far on this opening lap. He is in front,
When I looked at it when I came off track,
ahead of Cole Vetter.
and had him behind him, and had him 7.95 seconds.
The first two across the line to start the race, currently sitting first and second. Vukic leading on the lap 2, ahead of Vetter, ahead of Preston Fisher. There's your top 3. Adu and Trilly round out the top 5.
That's still a good call.
It's a half a second, the gap between Vukic and Vetter. As there's a battle for 4th shaping up.
It's already past that.
A bit close between Haydu and Trilly into turn 5.
Rear bumper.
They sorted it out. Trilly dropped back just a little bit.
Talked to him about it. He said that his corner work, they saw it, but that's not really how racing goes.
It is
When somebody is
lap
out
number
of your
2,
sight, like if he was halfway next
and
to you and I moved over, that would be
Vukic is still
when his
leading.
front bumper is at my rear bumper, I can't
However, it
see
has
him
gotten
unless
just
I
a
go like this. And I'm
bit
watching the guy
closer.
in front of me
Vetter has been able to
setting up
close that gap.
pass him, and that's where Fleetwood made the mistake of trying to pass him.
So on that last lap, Cole Vetter ran a 103.54. It was the fastest lap in the field, and
Just so you know.
it also cut the lead down to 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, I get it, but I would tell you,
Vukic?
corner workers, that that's, you know, when somebody's side by side
Fighting
racing for
with
position,
Vetter.
and somebody moves down, you know, obviously that's avoidable because I would probably.
Haydu has
And it's the same thing if somebody's on the outside.
worked into P3
If they're next to you,
pretty comfortably. You have 4 for 7.
The rear of my part, but it's not my responsibility.
Running
It's his
as a group.
responsibility to control his front
It
end,
is
front
lap
nose
number
from
3.
Hitting me.
Right.
So if anything, that penalty
And
avoidable contact
Vukic
to John Fluker. Not-
and
Did you have?
in front
did you have a,
of Cole Vetter.
No, I mean, you know John. I mean, Gal's been racing
Yeah, I know
20
that.
years together. I mean, he'll tell you, be the
Yeah,
first to tell
better.
you, hey, I messed up, I hit you.
Able to close that one down. 1 more 1/10 of a second. Vetter's going to go to the inside. A good run out of 1 by Vukic to hold him off. Vukic still in front. It is lap number 4. Vukic leading, Vetter leading Haydu, leading Fisher, Trilly, Cole, and Stiafani is our running order.
side by side, they turned, and then it was on
Return number 11.
far off track
And Vukic leading the way. Now 6 minutes gone. Vukic putting his head down to straight. Running a 102.42. And the fastest lap of the race so far. Now 5.5 tenths of a second gap between him and Vetter. Your front 2 are the only 2 in the field to have broken into the 102s so far. As we take a look at this grouping between 4th and 7th, currently it's Preston Fisher leading Jamin Trilly, leading Daphne Cole. Anthony Ciafani sitting at the back, however, they're so bunched up. You actually see Ciafani moving out to the outside. Maybe a move being made for P6. As we catch this battle out of the final corner, Ciafani still behind, but running a 1:03.9, very similar lap times to those in front of him. For Griffin Vukic, he has a 1:02.5. He is currently in the lead by just around a second. As they head through 10. Vukic in front of Vedder. 8 minutes in. And still, the most exciting racing in this field is happening between 4th and 7th place. We'll see as they come around. You have 2 separate battles going on at this point. This battle for 4th and 5th happening between the 95 of Jamin Trilly and the 03 of Preston Fisher. Fisher may be losing a bit of momentum. Daphne Cole coming to join. Cole gives Fisher a bit of a bump. And that battle for 5th continues to hold on. A good job by Preston Fisher, even after dropping a spot, to stay in the top 5, hold his line, hold steady. And 9 minutes have now passed in the current race that's ongoing as part of our series of finals here at Pit Race for round 2 of the Pit Race Karting series. So that last time around, Vukic was a half a tenth slower than Cole Vedder. So the gap between the front 2 has closed a little bit. Meanwhile, 5th and 6th, you see Preston Fisher, Daphne Cole. Will zoom in real close on that. See Fisher just barely ahead. Cole sitting in 6th, Ciafani sitting right behind them in P7. However, still at the front. It is a 2-horse race. They're separated by less than a second. It looks like they might have even gotten closer on this lap. So Cole Vedder is looking to make the gap tighter and tighter between him and race leader Griffin Vukic. Vukic leading now by 0.5 of a second. So that last lap was a 1:02.8 for Vedder and a 1:03.0 for Vukic. So closing a couple of tenths per lap. And then looking back at that 4th through 7th, Daphne Cole dropped back a few spots down to 7th. Preston Fisher in 6th. Ciafani up into P5 and Jamin Trilly in P4. Vukic and Vedder continue to hang tight with each other. The lap times as they come across, Cole Vedder running his best lap at a race, a 1:02.6. It's down to just over 0.3 of a second between the top two. Into 4. And through that technical section. Vukic leading Vetter as the remaining karts in the field have begun to space out just a little bit. Not as tight battling as we saw in the previous laps between 4th and 7th place. But in turn, we've had a battle for the lead really close up. So Cole Vetter sits right behind Griffin Vukic, or Vukic sits in front of Vetter, and as they come across the line, Vetter a 10.5 faster on that lap, and that is also the gap between the two right now. So we'll see if Vetter can put Vukic under pressure, force him into a mistake. Also looking at 4th and 5th place, Jamin Trilly and Preston Fisher. Fisher ran his session best, a 103.46. Got the gap between him and Trilly down to 0.6 seconds. As your front two head out of turn 13, through the bus stop. And across the line, nearly identical lap times. Vetter, oh, he almost got side by side for the race lead. Sitting right behind, waiting for his time to strike. There's not that many laps left. We have almost reached the 14-minute mark. Vukic in front of Vetter, so we're looking at around 3 laps remaining, depending on when they cross the line. They have completed 11 laps so far. So we'll get the 2 to go. And Vukic comes across with a 102.19 over Cole Vetter. Moves up into the lead of the race. Makes a great move in turn 1. And he's been waiting, he's been patient. And now it has paid off. He is in front. Vetter's last lap, a 102.16, the new fastest lap of the race. As they head up into 10. 2 to go, so still one more shot for Vukic if he wants this race win. Heading around turn 13. A defensive line for Vetter. We'll see what happens as they come across. It's the white flag, and here comes Vukic to the inside. A bold move. He pulls it off. And in the same spot where Griffin Vukic lost the lead a lap ago, he regains it. And he might just have the gap now to see this one through. What a great move from Vukic to put himself back into the lead. And only a couple corners remaining now. As they head for the bus stop for the final time, Griffin Vukic, the fastest kart in qualifying, the fastest in the pre-final, and wins the final two over Cole Vetter. Addison Haydu crosses the line next. Jamin Trilly in P4. Preston Fisher P5. Daphne Cole P6 and Anthony Ciafani P7.
Hopefully your transponder.
Yeah, we'll see if we get that working.
So we will
There was a
be
different setup added for the final today, and it was terrible. Tried
back
to
next
get
with the
it to come out
KA
a little better, and I had
Junior
to
final.
straight away, so gotta come back and practice more.
We definitely want to try and keep these guys lower.
K Junior coming out now. JJ O'Neill leading Keelan Torini on the outlap. They are the front two. Kennedy Tracy, Ricky Davis on row 2, Jack Haydu and Brant Kramer. And then Alex Renna and Clay O'Brien rounding out the field. So 5 races remaining, counting the one that is about to start. The field bunching up. Heading through the final chicane and into the final corner. And we are on our way. 8 karts heading down into turn 1. Rotating through turn 3 now. JJ O'Neill leading the field over Torini. Kennedy Tracy in P3. We'll see how the field spreads. As O'Neill leads into turn 14 and 15. In the KA Junior final, JJ O'Neill crosses the line to complete lap 1. Has a gap of 1.2 seconds to Keelan Torini. Looking at the battle back for P6, Brant Kramer and Clay O'Brien. Separated by only a couple of tenths. As lap 2 continues. We'll see what some of the lap times are as drivers come across. O'Neill out of the final corner runs a 57.8 side by side for P2. Kennedy Tracy to the inside of Tarini gets the move done. Tracy up in the second place. And Jack Haydu might have a chance to get past Tarini as well. This is for second, third, and fourth.
Whoa.
The lead after 2 laps is 2.4 seconds for JJ O'Neill. Comes out of the final corner running a 57.66. Once again, a second faster than the karts directly behind. So if you look at this battle for second, third, and fourth, you're all running in the high 50s, while JJ O'Neill, the leader, is running in the high 57s. Kennedy Tracy has been able to build up a gap of 4 tenths, so doesn't have Tarini directly on the back bumper.
All 4 of these carts are all from him.
O'Neill coming across the line. That is a 47.5. And Tracy running a 57.5. And then a 58.3 for Kennedy Tracy. Tarini running his fastest, a 58.3. Still very tight for P2.
You need to get more eyes.
4 laps completed in
Would you
the
like to sponsor that?
final so far in KA Junior. O'Neill comes across the line. The lead now up to 4.7 seconds. Still hanging tight. This podium battle. Tracy has been able to hold off Tarini for now. Jack Haydu hanging right behind. O'Neill heading through 15. Ran the fastest lap of the race on the previous lap, a 57.5. Now runs a 57.3. Even quicker than before. And then your second, third, and fourth place battle. Off in the distance, so over 5 seconds to lead now for O'Neill. Potentially had Haydu peeking to the outside.
Entire LO206 LO206 Junior class to the
Hey, dude.
Kart tower. Junior LO206
Sitting behind.
class to the Kart tower.
O'Neill still sitting in front. It was 5.5 seconds the last time around. Jack Haydu looking for a way past Keelan Torini. Heading into one on the exit. We'll see how good Haydu's exit is. Gives a little bump to Torini. Torini gives a little bump to Kennedy Tracy up in P2. And up on the curb is Haydu. Still manages to stay right within striking distance. There's also P6 and P7, Alex Verena and Clay O'Brien. They have both caught the back of Ricky Davis, so 2 through 4, 5 through 7. All duking it out here in the KA Junior final. We are 9 minutes gone. AJ O'Neill's lead as they come across the line is now 6.4. And Torini peeking to the outside. Now peeking to the inside, but having to drop out just a little bit. This battle for second. Torini in the middle of Haydu and Tracy. As Jack Haydu, who has been getting good runs out of turns 7 and 8 this entire race, yet again makes it right to the back of Torini. Just putting it together for the first half of the circuit as well. Maybe essential as Tracy holds off Torini and Haydu as Jack Haydu moves to the inside and might have worked his way up into a podium spot. Yes, he has. Completes the move. Jack Haydu has Keelan Torini up in the P3. A nice move in turn 1. Gets the job done. JJ O'Neill on the last lap, yet again, ran his fastest lap of the race. He is in a fastest lap competition with himself. A 57.1, this time a 57.7. The next Carter for Jack Haydu to face off with will be Kennedy Tracy. Haydu ran a 58.2, Tracy a 58.3. Also have Ricky Davis down in P7, closing down the gap to Clay O'Brien. And Davis just ran his fastest of the afternoon. .58.7. JJ O'Neill a 57.2. And Tracy and Haydu both run their fastest laps of the race in the 57.6s. Might have a battle for second. Haydu goes to the outside. And Tracy able to stick to the racing line. Hold him off. 12.5 minutes gone. We're on lap 12. Still 6th and 7th, very close. Ricky Davis now only a 10th and a half behind Clay O'Brien. JJ O'Neill crosses the line, a 57.15. And there is 2nd and 3rd place, and 4th place right behind. So Jack Haydew's next attempt at Kennedy Tracy. Now 13 minutes have gone. And Haydew's still sticking right on that rear bumper. Trying to get something done. Here's your battle for 6th. On the inside, it is Clay O'Brien making the move. Past Ricky Davis holding on to that P6 that he started the lap with. As we complete lap 13, head on to 14. 14 minutes have gone on. Kennedy Tracy has built up a comfortable gap on that previous lap to Jack Haydew. Well, comfortable is in not exactly on the rear bumper. And here yet again is that battle for 6. It's O'Brien defending. Trying to hold on as JJ O'Neill takes the 2 laps to go. And runs an even quicker lap than the ones he was turning before. O'Neill puts in a 57.08. And that is good for 0.6 quicker than any other lap ran during this KA Junior final. So 2 laps to go. JJ O'Neill has a 10-second lead over Kennedy Tracy. Jack Haydew on the last podium spot. Keelan Torini in P4. Alex Ferrena rounding out the top 5. And then Clay O'Brien, Ricky Davis, and Brant Kramer. We're looking at 5th, 6th, and 7th right now, heading up through turn 8. As JJ O'Neill takes the white flag. A very clean and dominant race for O'Neill. A very clean race as a whole. As O'Neill heads off into turn 10. And Kennedy Tracy tries to hold off Jack Haydew for one last time. Is Haydew going to be close enough to make a move into 10? Looks like Tracy is still in front. So it's JJ O'Neill who had a great performance in the KA Junior final, and he comes home in first place. Now here is second. Can Kennedy Tracy hold off Jack Haydew? Yes, he does. Kennedy Tracy, P2. Jack Haydew, P3. Keelan Torini in 4th. And Alex Ferrena's going to round out the top 5 ahead of Clay O'Brien and Ricky Davis, with Brant Kramer finishing in 8th. So that leaves next the senior class. We're going to see our biggest field of the day, over 30 karts racing for the final, coming up next.
was, yeah.
And that's a great thing.
And the kart's heading on track for
All the fights.
the
There's
LO206
pin fights
Senior
the last 2 weeks. I haven't been
final.
yet, so.
It is
saying.
going to be a fascinating one with 30 karts
I'll
on the
let
track
Carl take it all,
for
okay?
this final race. And we'll see everyone bunch up. Rudy Agris won the pre-final over Anthony DiCesaro, and Mark Steele was in P3.
206 Juniors?
Yep. Come on up.
I think I brought 2 of them.
Alright, we got Ryan and
Sitting
Ashcraft?
Okay.
and heading through
You wanna take them downstairs?
turn 12.
Yeah, I want to watch it
Yeah, nice view.
Through the hairpin, and the field bunches up.
I got spotted out. The majority of the kids came waiting
We
for
get
it.
ready to go.
The junior final or the KA final.
Oh.
Slowing down this large field, it's going to be 30 karts heading in to turn 1.
To the press as they filter it as well. It's supposed to cut or when-
I didn't hear that. I was
Through the final corner,
you're out by that.
That's why I posted it in Discord too.
Yeah, I just saw it. Okay, like-
and we are underway. Agris and DiCesaro lead down into turn 1. Agris able to build a space for himself to keep in the lead of the race. Sliding up into P2 is Mark Steele. A couple karts slowed up through turn 4. But everyone making it through 4, 5, 6 for the first time. So it's Agris leading over DiCesaro.
They went like 5 wide.
DiCesaro fell to P3, so it is Steele in P2. DiCesaro sitting in that last podium spot, trying to hold off the number 221 of Joshua Zolan. DiCesaro side by side. Tried to work alongside Steele, wasn't able to. Agris still in front as we head on to lap 2. Rounding out the top 5 right now is Ian Gwynn, who worked his way up a couple of spots off the start. So Agris in front, heading through 15. Let's just head down and is trying to hold off Mark Steele, who might have the chance to make a move for the lead, and sticks his kart to the inside. Steele going for it, stays behind. Side by side back for P7. That is Cody Johnson and Dylan White battling for position. But out in front still Rudy Agris. It looked as if Mark Steele had potentially moved side by side However, Steele tucks in right behind. As we head on to lap 4. Steele sitting in striking distance behind Agris. Ian Quinn has moved up into a podium spot. Quinn trying to hold off Di Cesaro. And latching himself onto the back of this front two. As the leaders head through turn 12. And in single file, this main pack heading back to 17th place. We're still leading. Trying to hold off Steele on the entrance to turn 3. Ian Quinn hanging right with the front two, bumping and banging into 4. Still, it is nose to tail, all the way back to P8 as they headed through 6. So that's Cody Johnson, the number 51. Back in 8th place, still only 1.2 seconds off of the race lead. A very close single file racing into senior final. Rudy Agris is in the lead, with Mark Steele sitting right behind, ready to pounce. Ian Quinn just behind them. Agris planting his cart on that inside. Staying in the race lead for now, so 30 karts currently in the running. If you want to see the fastest lap of this race, you'd have to go back to P18. It is Henry Wheeler has the fastest lap, a 103.35. On lap number 6, coming across, Agris in front of Steele. Quinn, Di Cesaro, Zolan is your top 5. Agris still hanging in front. We're 8 minutes and 45 seconds into this one. The leader's heading into turn 11 now. So on that last lap, pretty much identical lap times from each of the top 10. You see them all entering the far corner of your shot. They're all bunched together. Agris in front of Steele, in front of Quinn. And patience might be the name of the game here. You don't want to get yourself caught out in the move too prematurely. That might cost you to lose more than you gain. Quinn with an ambitious dive. He didn't want to be patient. He wanted a race lead. Will he be able to hold on side by side? Agris and Steele for P2. And they all make it through that. Ian Quinn, what a move up the inside. Quinn in the lead. We'll see how close this front pack is. A couple 2 wide battles back near 10th place. But it's Ian Quinn in front. Agris moves to the inside, looking for the lead back. Will get it. Quinn's going to lose out on P2 as well as Mark Steele moves past. Steele down the inside, pulls it off. Agris up into P2. Ian Quinn losing out big. Cody Johnson has gotten up into P4. Cody Johnson back from 8th has made up 4 spots. And it's Rudy Agris back into the lead. 11 and a quarter minutes having gone. In this senior final race. Coming across, so in front right now is Mark Steele, who worked his way past Agris. So Ian Quinn is back into P3. So it is Steele, Agris, Quinn, Johnson, and Dylan White has moved himself into the top 5. He is in 5th right now. Agris to the inside of Steele, and oh, there goes Steele holding the inside. Agris fell back. Ian Quinn is back in this race. Up into P2. And we'll see how all the leaders look whenever they sort themselves out. But it does look like Mark Steele is in the lead. Steele is in front of Ian Quinn. Cody Johnson, a man on a mission. He was back in 8th. Now he is up into 3rd place. See if there's any moves like the last lap into turn 5 here. We see side by side Joshua Swollen, and that's Rudy Agris all the way back in P7. Dropped 6 spots. But still in that front pack, so if it gets chaotic in the closing laps of this race, really anyone can make a late charge. Our top 5 have begun to break away just a little bit. Heading through the final corner, it is Steele in front of Ian Quinn, in front of Cody Johnson, in front of Dylan White, and then Lucas Van Kuren is in P5 now. Ian Quinn sitting right on the back of Mark Steele. Also trying to hold his place. Quinn just ran his fastest lap of the race the last time around, a 103.871. So we're through 14 minutes. The leaders right now, heading through turn 13. And Steele leading the race in front of Quinn. We'll get the 2 to go flag. What does Ian Quinn have to try to take the lead away from Mark Steele? He had an ambitious dive earlier in this race to take the lead in turn 3, and he will not have the same in him now. However, he'll move to the outside, try to get a bit of a wider angle going into 4 and 5. And still in front is Mark Steele. As they make the run through turn 9, down into the back section of the course. The top 5, as they stand, Steele, Quinn, White, Johnson, Van Kuren. Dylan White from 9th is up into a podium spot. And the next flag that the leaders will see rounding the final corner now will be the white flag. It's 4 at the front. And Ian Quinn is going to be under pressure from Dylan White. Peeking to the outside, looking for that final podium spot. Cody Johnson. Quinn to the inside for the race lead. And pulls it off. They're still battling for P2. Steele will hold on, but Ian Quinn is back into first. Some very tight racing on this final lap. However, the aggressiveness to pull off 2 moves for the lead, 1 in turn 3 early in the race, and 1 in turns 5 and 6 just now, has paid off for Ian Quinn as he will come home and take first place in the senior final ahead of Mark Steele, Cody Johnson, Dylan White. Rudy Agris moves himself back up to 5th. Chase Johnston, Henry Wheeler, who finished with the fastest lap in P7, Jordan Klein, Massimo Sanseri in P9, and Keegan Widmeyer in 10th is your top 10 for the senior class. And next up is going to be the cadet class. And heading out of the pit lane is the cadet class. Going to be led by Preston Fisher, who is going to start this race from the front, and then Addison Haydu in second, Brady Lewandowski in third, and then heading through the rest of the field, Anthony Ciafani in fourth, Daphne Cole in fifth, Rohan Reddy in sixth, Jamin Trilly in seventh, Brecken Boland in eighth, Cody Templer in ninth, and Brent Mendoza in P10. All bunched up. 3 more races to go. Heading through the final corner onto the front stretch. And Preston Fisher will lead the field to green, and we are underway with the cadet final.
I mean, what did you see, Adam?
Brady Lewandowski has
We talking like some
moved
sort of
forward
grandma?
in the second.
From down here, it looked alright, but I don't know if you saw
Fisher
that.
in front.
I don't know if she actually crossed the white line
And
before the green flag, but she's definitely like
Lewandowski
so I don't know if she
sitting behind in P2 as Preston Fisher muscles up the hill into turn 10.
Okay, copy that.
And the 10 members of the cadet class have all made it
I was trying to
through
look at the same time. It was fine.
on this first lap so far. See that top 4 group beginning to form. Preston Fisher in front. Lewandowski. Daphne Cole, Addison Haydu is running third and fourth, and then Anthony Ciafani rounding out the top 5. On lap number 2, Lewandowski sitting right within striking distance of Preston Fisher. Also 5th and 6th, Ciafani and Jamin Trilly battling for position. Rohan Reddy and Brecken Boland sitting real close to each other for P8 and P9 as they run. Heading for your turn 15 now. Fisher in front of Lewandowski. Lewandowski running they're both running 107.2s. Anthony Ciafani, the lone 107.1 runner, has the fastest lap down in P5. Still that top 4, about as bunched up as you can be. As they head down into turn 10 for our cadet final. Fisher in the lead over Lewandowski. Heading through turn 15. And a good run from Brady Lewandowski. We'll see if he maybe tries something. Nope, he sticks right on the rear bumper.
Huh? I watched the bosses further down on the grid.
Fisher still in front. The top 6 right now, separated by
But I think your gear room.
only a second and a half. So Fisher in front of Lewandowski, in front of Daphne Cole, who has passed Addison Haydu for P3.
Yeah. And then tomorrow, the next hour registration.
And sitting in front, Lewandowski pops to the outside, potentially looking for a pass for the lead. As the cadet class heads through 14 into the final few corners. Here comes Lewandowski looking for the inside line. Still searching. Fisher holding him off for now. 6.5 minutes and a bit more off the clock so far. And we haven't really seen that many overtakes, but still that top 6 have separated themselves from the field. Rohan Reddy is 5 seconds off of that pack down in 7th place. Preston Fisher doing a great job of having a nice, clean, steady race so far. Able to hold off Brady Lewandowski. See Jamin Trilly dropping just a couple tenths off of that pack, but still within striking distance should any chaos happen to break out. Fisher and Lewandowski pretty much glued together as they run through 10. 8 minutes having gone in the cadet final. Fisher sitting in front. We'll see the lap times are as they come across. Lewandowski carrying a load of speed. He's going to have the outside but stay on the bumper. And then look at this fight we have right behind him. Anthony Ciafani has caught up to the battle for 3rd place. Ciafani once again has the fastest lap. Hanging right there. If he were to work his way into a podium spot, he's still only a second and a half off of the race lead. Nine minutes, 15 seconds have gone by in the cadet final so far. Preston Fisher continuing to hold off Brady Lewandowski, but Lewandowski heads to the inside. This is for the race lead and backs out. Daphne Cole still holding on to that final podium spot. Cole ahead of Haydu, ahead of Ciafani. That rounds out your top 5. Brady Lewandowski on that lap ran the fastest of anyone in the field. It was a 106.49 in P2. Definitely has the pace to make a more serious move for the lead. We'll see if he gets the run out of the final corner that he got the last time that allowed for him to briefly pull aside Preston Fisher. And as they come across, Lewandowski applies the bump. It remains in P2. Daphne Cole has fallen a couple spots in the previous lap to P6. Potentially something to happen in the back section of the track. So Ciafani moves up to P4.
Yes, I do believe I saw that.
Preston Fisher still holding off Brady Lewandowski for first place. Lewandowski out of this final corner. Gets a nice run. We'll have the inside into 1 and will now complete the move. Brady Lewandowski looks to his right, looks to his left. He is leading the Cadet final. Had a great pass to take that lead. Preston Fisher still within striking distance. And you also have 3rd and 4th place in the mix as well. Ciafani on the back of Haydu. But Brady Lewandowski takes the race lead here on lap 10. In turn 1, there's fighting. Lewandowski is able to hold off the challenge through turn 14 and continues to lead. As they go side by side again, Fisher's going to have to try something around the outside this time, and this time might have a more favorable line into turn 3.
Reactions to racing. Sweating.
Fisher sitting inside, still fighting between that top 2. Haydu has done a good job of keeping Ciafani at bay.
The camera's on me, just using the good.
So Lewandowski on that last lap ran a 106.9, which is 0.5 of a second slower than the 3rd and 4th place battle. As you can see, that it has closed up quite a bit. This top 2 might, in the final few laps, become a top 4 battle. Fisher once again going to the outside of Lewandowski. He tried it last lap, but was unsuccessful. It's yet again unsuccessful here. And you might not want to battle if you're in 3rd or 4th place, because there is a prospect of catching the top 2 karts. This time by, they're going to get the signal that there will be 2 laps to go. So there's 3 to go right now. And now we're looking at 1.4 seconds between 1st and 4th place. Who will have the opportunity to strike at the right time? So as they around turn 14, we're going to have the 2 laps to go signal. Preston Fisher again to the outside. Try number 3. And Lewandowski still able to hold steady. 2 laps left. This front 4 going at it. Lewandowski ahead of Fisher, ahead of Haydu, ahead of Ciafani. And they're going to head back through 10 into the turn 11 hairpin. The exit of turn 12. Heading through the chicane. And on to the final lap. Fisher to the outside of Lewandowski. This is try number 4 to make the outside work, and 4th time's the charm. He's pulled it off and is in the lead. Preston Fisher in front now, making a move around the outside through turn 1. Now Lewandowski's going to have to hold off Haydu to keep in 2nd place. But yet another last lap pass for the race lead. As the drivers head through turn 12, turn 13. And through the final corner, will there be a last-second charge from Lewandowski at the line? It is Preston Fisher by 1/100th of a second. With Haydu in P3, Ciafani P4, Jamin Trilly crosses the line in P5. Daphne Cole, Rohan Reddy cross in P6, P7. It is a race win for Preston Fisher. Took the lead in turn 1 on the final lap and managed to hold off a challenge at the line. Brecken Bolin comes across in P8, Cody Templar P9. And then Brent Mendoza will finish 10th, and that is the running order for the Cadet final. 2 races remaining. We head on to the Junior final. And we have 2 races remaining on the day. This is the LO206 Junior final. A field of over 20 karts, specifically 24.
So if I move too much, I'll fall. And that'll be embarrassing.
Starting. JJ O'Neill won the pre-final. He is starting first in this race as well. For second to last race of the day. For turn 13, field slowing up.
It should be in the note. It's still dark in there.
Through the bus stop, O'Neill will lead the field to the start of the race as they head around the final corner. And we are underway. As they fly into the first few corners, Jordan Klein in the lead for now, ahead of O'Neill. Colton Geyer sitting behind the front 2.
Surprisingly clean.
And everyone has made it through the middle section of the track here on lap number 1. So Klein is in front as there's a couple karts off. There's 3 karts off in turn 11. Jordan Klein in front of JJ O'Neill. George Ma has moved up to P4. Klein remaining in the lead. Colton Geyer, George Ma, and then Keelan Torini in P5. That front 2, Klein and O'Neill, heading into turn 10. Throughout the course of the day, we have seen some dramatic late passes for race wins, including a couple on the final lap. JJ O'Neill, speaking of passes for the lead, is now in front and is building. Him and Jordan Klein are building a bit of a gap to Colton Geyer. O'Neill leading as they head into turn 10. Jordan Klein has been assessed a penalty and will be bumped down 2 seconds at the end of the race on his time, so he shows up in P5 as of right now. Okay. Klein, who is in P5 now. A move her back just behind those two carts at the front. George Ma has moved himself up into third place. Or what would be third place on the track and second place in the standings once Klein's penalty is applied. JJ O'Neill leading on the lap number 5. With the gap that the front two have built up, even with Jordan Klein's penalty, she is still in second place. They're now 2 seconds clear of the carts behind. Group behind George Ma, Colton Geyer, and Keelan Torini, their lap times the previous time around over a second slower than the front two.
Upstairs!
O'Neill leading. On to lap number 6. Jordan Klein just set the fastest lap of the race, a 104.708. Here's the battle for the final podium spot.
I got a little
Ma defends. Geyer's going to potentially peak to try to make a move. We'll see if there's a move down into 10.
You can either grab them and bring them up here or send them down the scales. Okay.
JJ O'Neill still in front. There's 8 minutes gone in the junior final, our penultimate race of the day. O'Neill in front. Jordan Klein, even if she gets past JJ O'Neill, she'll still have to make up 2 seconds to account for the penalty. Colton Geyer has moved back past George Ma into 3rd place. Keelan Torini is still sitting right behind those two carters, waiting for his chance to challenge for a position.
Attention paddock. If you have rented a pit race transponder and you are done racing for the day, please snip that off your cart and return it to scales. Again, if you have rented a pit race transponder and you are done racing for the day,
9:15 down.
go ahead and snip that off your cart.
With
and
JJ
return it
O'Neill
to
still in
scales.
front, ahead of Jordan Klein by 2 seconds. We'll get the full field as they come across. We'll be side by side. Tim Geyer, George Mon, Keelan Torini, Ricky Davis in P6. Getting back to that battle for 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. And the field continues to march on. Heading up to what will be 10 minutes having elapsed in this junior final. JJ O'Neill still in front by 2 seconds after you apply Jordan Klein's 2-second penalty for an infraction at the start of the race. Colton Geyer is 5 seconds off the lead at this point. We'll catch Klein, who is sitting right behind O'Neill, trying to work her way past Colton and Geyer, and Colton Geyer has fallen back 2 spots on the previous lap. George Ma sitting in P3. Keelan Torini up into 4th, and Torini makes a move into turn 3. He is up into a podium place. Is George Ma going to be able to fight back? Goes to the outside, but gets caught a bit on the curb. George Ma again on the outside. They're side by side, heading up through 8. Ma's in front. And Torini will have to settle for P4 for now. A great battle for that final podium spot. As JJ O'Neill comes out of turn 13, Jordan Klein sitting right behind him. See the lap times between the top 2 and then the pack behind them as they come across. So a 104.965 from 1st and 2nd, and then this pack behind is running in the mid to high 106s. Got caught up in a battle in turn 3 on the previous lap, and they will get caught up in one again. Colton Geyer going for P4. Going to push along Torini. And then you have a battle for 6th through 9th. Back here, Ricky Davis trying to hold off a pack of karts right behind him. So we're sitting at 12 and a half minutes plus 2 laps remaining. Well, 2.5 minutes plus 2 laps. We've gone 12 and a half minutes so far. And once again, JJ O'Neill and Jordan Klein setting the pace for the field. A 104.97. Still hitting 104s. And then the high 105s from this next pack. And then the pack after them is also at the very top of the 105s, low 106s. Battles in the back. Passes for 7th and 8th going side by side. Jack Hader's back in 9th looking to also capitalize on this. We'll also see, as far as that last podium spot goes, if Keelan Torini, who worked back into that top 3, can hold off Colton Geyer and George Ma. As JJ O'Neill leads, 13 minutes and 50 seconds have elapsed, so probably 3 more laps to go. See the front 2 heading into turn 5. The pack of karts right behind them. It's third through 5th. And there's still lots of battling to go to settle out those remaining spots in the top 10 as we see karts going side by side. 2 pairs of side-by-side action through turn 6. And the leaders will get the 2 laps to go as the Masters class begins to roll their karts out for the final race of the day. So JJ O'Neill has been given 2 laps to go. Just ran the fastest lap of the race, a 104.63. And the gap between the top 2 and then the rest of the field is 10 seconds at this point. George Ma trying to hold off Colton Geyer. second to last lap. Through turn 15, and on to the final lap is JJ O'Neill. Jordan Klein pulling out to the outside. This battle's not necessarily for position. Jordan Klein has a 2-second penalty, even if she takes the race lead on the track. JJ O'Neill in front. And then that battle, you look in the back for that last podium spot. George Maw is going to be under threat from Keelan Torini. Torini will take P3 for now. And now Maw is going to be under threat from Geyer. They're side by side for fourth. Everyone gets through it cleanly. And a collision back through turn 3. And then in the final few corners, JJ O'Neill has put on quite the show this afternoon. He will win the junior class final. Jordan Klein will come home in second after the penalty is applied. And then Keelan Torini holds off George Maw and Colton Geyer for that last podium spot. So that is your top 5. 6th, 7th, and 8th. Come across 9th and 10th. And we have reached the final race of the afternoon. It is the Masters class. They are getting ready for their final coming up next. And the carts are rolling out for the final race of 15 this afternoon. The Masters class final.
Thank you. You just wanna stay there.
One more race for this afternoon. The Masters class getting ready to head through
The first
Oslo.
race was
And
pretty bad. I was ready to quit.
here is
Like we were gonna get, I was just ready to go.
the race start. As Jeffrey Liberatore leads the field to the green flag ahead of Douglas Forshare, free wide for second place already. One kart backed out as everyone mostly single file heading through. There's a kart that has slowed in turn number 3. Has potentially something wrong as that kart has gotten going again.
It's like out there joyriding on a Sunday.
It's gonna be groceries.
And heading through turn 12 and 13 for the first time during the race. Douglas Borsch leads the field. Liberatore sitting right behind by just over a tenth. Mike Burton is the last car on the podium through one lap. Burton has a John Flucker. Through. It is lap number 2. Borsch still in the lead. It's a pack of 5 karts sitting at the front. The final corner. And Mike Burton making a move down the inside, looking for a P2. Fluker might be looking to capitalize. And, incident. 2 karts off. In turn 3. And involving Liberatore and Mike Burton. So it's Borsch in front, Fluker in second.
Jeff Liberatore causing a pile up in turn 3.
Eric Vukic sitting right behind in those 2 karts. We have 5 minutes in the books. 10 remaining and 2 laps more. Borsch leads Fluker by 0.7, and then Vukic is behind by a couple more. There's a move down the inside for P4. And a move for P5, so falling back a few spots. To P6. I think that is might be the 31 of Timothy Connell. Borsch still leads. It's final race of the afternoon. Fluker is going to have a potential space to go for a move on the inside, and not be able to pull alongside. Vukic on that last lap ran a 105.7, a 10th off of the leader, dropped back to 0.8 behind, and Fluker ran a 105.1, so able to close a lot of that gap and look to the outside for 11. 7 minutes have gone. Borsch still in front. Pulled a 105.2. Fluker still trying to find that best line to work. The pack has, for the most part, spread out. We have a move to the inside. That is Michael Tanzio moving up into P4. The leader's heading through turn 12 as it stands. Your front two running bumper to bumper on to lap 7. The number 7 of John Fluker still looking for a way to potentially attack for the race lead. 0.2 of a second. Sitting. And Borsch is still ahead as they run right now. We have a couple mid-pack battles. You have Michael Fisher trying to close the gap, try to work his way into the top 5 on his last lap, ran a 106.8. If you go a second up, you have the lap times that some of the leaders are running. Still have the front two down the gap. To Vukic behind is 2.5. Borsch in front as they head up through turn 7, 8, and run down to 10. 12 karts on track. So as the leaders come across, Douglas Borsch still in front by 3/10. Ran a 105.52 the last time around. Fight going on potentially for around the 6th and 7th spot.
Attention the paddock. If you have rented a pit race transponder and you are done racing for the day, please return that transponder to scales. Again, if you have rented a pit race transponder and you are done racing for the day, do not forget to get that off your cart and return it to scales.
There's still leaders heading through. 11:40 having gone, so 3 more minutes and then 2 laps added. Michael Fisher has moved his way up into P5. On his last lap, ran a 105.8, actually faster than Eric Vukic up the road in 3rd place. So we're going to head across to lap number 11. Wirtz just ran a bit less than a 10th faster. The 2 leaders coming up to a lapped kart and moving past easily. Fluker is now just back on the rear bumper. "13 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. 13 minutes, 20 seconds having gone. Minute 40 remaining. And then 2 additional laps added to the end. We will see if John Fluker is able to push his way toward the front. And it should be 3 more laps to go. Fluker just ran a 104.92. It's the fastest lap of the race. Trying to fight for that win. Have 4 seconds back to Vukic in 3rd place. And Vukic has 5 seconds back to Latanzio behind him. So the leaders coming through turn 13 right now. They will have 2 laps remaining. Fluker with momentum going to bump. Maybe peek a bit to the inside. Borsch trying to hold on through turn 4. 5 and then 6. as they head up the hill. We'll see where they stand as they come through 12 and 13. One more lap. Douglas Porsche as Fluker decides now is the time to make his move. They're side by side, and Porsche stays ahead. For now, in turn 3, and did Fluker miss his chance? As they head uphill for the final time. It looks as though, barring a run out of the final corner, Porsche might be in a good spot here. We'll see if Fluker gets that run out of the final corner. Through the high-speed chicane, they get ready to go for the final time today. Porsche leading around the final corner at the line is able to hold off John Fluker. Eric Vukic comes home in P3 and Michael Latanzio in P4. And Warren Coyle finishes off the top 5. Mike Burton P6, Michael Fisher at 8th, Michael Fisher 7th, Christopher Ashcroft 8th, Timothy Connell 9th, and Thomas Hayes in 10th. So that is the conclusion of round 2 of the Pit Race Karting Series. We thank you guys for tuning in to today's live stream, and until next time, goodbye.
You just can't come back then.
Right, which is what we just saw, is we're
Out
out
and then
and then
back.
back in. But it was, so it was
You can swear at once.